Lisa, here is.
Well, no, but it was like, at the very beginning of we were all like, "Ugh, we don't know where to get." But in the book, it's like, they're.
La 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 la.
And then they.
That's a very technical concept.
One of the things for
Go.
All right.
So would you like to start or would you like us?
Yeah, we have a couple of things that are, that shouldn't require discussion. They're just minor changes to
Okay.
update an article. So we believe that we've gone through the whole list at this point. And so I also have the MOU on teachers providing class coverage for you.
Okay.
And here are 9 copies, and you have one there.
Yep.
I printed everything before. You want me to reprint or resend with your name?
Yeah, probably, if you don't mind. Oh, you mean, no,
Yeah.
I'll just do Mike DeGutis
By
or
proxy.
CW.
Okay,
That's how we do it.
sure. I have 7.
Can I get 7?
What do you need?
7.
Just a copy of it?
Yes, sir. Sorry. I was printing and I'm making copies. Anyway. Gotcha.
There you go.
You keep
Oh,
on?
yeah, we need one, yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you.
All right, that was easy.
Always good to start off with a tentative agreement.
Mhm.
Article 6, believe it or not, working conditions.
All right.
Nothing significant. I'll walk through it just in case you see something.
Another one for,
We're switching from the default his.
You're an F.
And that's it.
And they.
And
We're
L.
switching from his to,
Two sheet today.
Right.
Right.
He, she, today, and L.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
These are all for you. Uh, 15, there was actually a reference in D to Article 15, which is what we're in. So we believe that it meant to reference the committee in Appendix A.
Mm-hmm.
So if you agree, then we'll TA. If not, then let us know.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
And the same is for 21, as far as the he, she pronoun changes and the default his.
All right, so we got E2, where we have he, she, is, to, they, are, and then E3, he, she, today.
And hers for there.
Where is that?
His is in
And
Oh,
three.
got it. Yep, thank you. Okay. Yep, thank you.
All right, I have 7 and 9 as promised, but you had stuff you wanted to counter.
Do you want to
I'm
just do your
happy,
comments?
I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, why don't you keep going, and we'll give you ours, and then we'll
Sure.
break.
Yep. All right, Article 7. This is one where we agreed to put some MOU language in, right? Was that 9? Yeah, that was 9. Never mind. 7 is where we wanted to put a progressive discipline into the contract. But we're going to go ahead and rely on our leadership to follow the policy that exists. And there was some discussion about posting it on bulletin boards and whatnot, and communicating it, that it is policy. And so we trust our leadership to to communicate it and follow it.
That was the discussion of the SJEA, if you remember correctly.
Right.
Bulletin boards and what, Justin? I'm sorry.
Is that all that was referenced, bulletin boards?
I think just sharing it with all employees, making sure that administrators are trained, et cetera. So employees are aware.
Okay. All right.
And then in number 2, B2, sorry. If you change that to just cause, then it would match the language in Article 3:1. We don't believe that there's a difference in the meaning. So if you have a different opinion, let us know. But proper cause and just cause mean the same thing. And it's referenced as just cause in Article 3, number 1, specifically about disciplining employees. So if we're consistent in the two, hopefully we should avoid a headache on either side of the table. Okay. And then did we already discuss 3 on that? I have substantive stuff on this. This was not one of the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. The other ones were easy. We discussed the changing official reprimand to a meeting already.
They had accepted that last time.
Okay.
When you passed it through, you had struck through everything but left the reprimand to meeting, and then we just added meeting, second sentence up from the bottom. to
Okay,
match that.
so it matches the language that we've already agreed. Official reprimand in quotes, instead of that, we have a meeting that will adversely affect an employee's continuing employment. So adding the word meaning later in the sentence makes it consistent with the first sentence, later in the paragraph.
So an official reprimand, I'm just asking some questions to make sure we have our, could be a verbal reduced to writing, or a written, right?
Okay.
Ish, we'll say, right? Give or take. So that's the definition of an official reprimand. What's the definition of any meeting?
Well, in this case, it's a meeting that will adversely affect the employee's continued employment.
Based on whose perspective?
I'll give you the obvious scenario. If you're planning on letting someone go or giving them the option to resign, we feel that meeting they should have a representation there if they want it.
It could be an evaluation as well.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
So if it's discipline, potential discipline, and there's a meeting, that's Weingarten, right? So this is what we're trying to do, is close what we see as a loophole, just to be honest with you.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Everything else in there was already discussed with pronoun changes, updates. All right, 10,
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, that was 7. Yep.
Let me make sure. I have notes on 7, so I'm just going to make sure that I'm not leaving anything out.
Yep. Take it.
Allie,
Yeah.
are you with me? The normally strike through. I have a note about that.
You're still on 7.
Yeah,
Oh, hold on.
I want to make sure that I don't overlook that.
Tell me, where are you?
Here. So I guess I need to look
On
at
3, the
3.
third line of 3.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So on B3, there's another change as well. So where it says
We're proposing a strike through there.
a strike through the It says shall normally be given no less than 24 hours written notice, and we struck through normally, so shall be given no less than 24 hours.
If we're going to ask that they be given the chance of representation, they need a minute to do that.
Right.
So,
I'm with you.
okay. All right. This is all for you, I believe. 9, and maybe 9, I'll give you a chance to pass out first, but. Nine is where we've already agreed to some language that was proposed by the district in an MOU about associate teachers, right? So that's at the end, right? But we don't have, so we don't have anything there. But the stuff in blue, what we wanted to ask here is that we discussed this at length. We thought that maybe there was a misunderstanding in D of what we were asking for. So maybe we need to have a little bit deeper conversation.
Mhm.
So we think that the district was thinking that what we were asking for was that people be given 2 days. They're not contingent on one another. So if I need to move rooms, but I'm not changing my prep, I don't get a day, right? And if I'm asked to change my prep, but I'm not changing rooms, I do, according to old language. And what we're saying is that either scenario could result in providing a day to the person. And if both are true and they need both days, then they can be provided both. We're not suggesting that one is contingent on the other. So do we have, maybe you need to talk about it first, but do you have any thoughts on that, Mike?
No,
If we're going to pass
I'm not
back
sure.
the same language, I want to explain why.
Right. I'm not sure. I mean, my memory's not the best, but I'm not sure, first of all, that we thought it was contingent. I mean, I think we thought they were mutually exclusive, did we not? Right? You can change my prep,
Right.
or you could change my room, or you could change both.
Right. If you do one, you get one. If you do two, you get two, right?
That's what we're suggesting.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah. Because the result could be,
And I
Yeah.
apologize for interrupting.
Sorry.
And as I recall in our discussions, I mean, we do have principals already doing this.
right,
And we understand. it's
not
in-
everybody.
Right. So maybe this will just bring some clarity, and we need to do a little bit better in servicing of our own administrators. But yeah, no, I think if you, right. So let me say back to you what Kathy said. If you do one, you get one.
Mhm.
If you do both, you get two.
Mhm.
Right.
That seems reasonable to us,
Right.
because existing contract language would suggest that a room change would get nothing and a prep change would get one. So we realize that this isn't widespread, but to be honest, if an issue like this gets to the bargaining team and the bargaining team fleshes it out and decides to put in a proposal, then please rest assured there's a reason. Because while it's not widespread, when it does happen to somebody, it's a big deal,
Right.
to them.
Sure.
So
I get it. Okay. We will chat about it.
I am
That was easy.
mouth closed, ears open.
Okay. All right. So let's do, hang on, I gotta make sure I got so we're gonna do evaluation first, right? How many do you need?
7.
I think that's 8. And then all right. I'll let you
Now we're into bold, I see. All right.
We are purple.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody's colorblind, I hope.
I read green. Yeah, this is a fun time for me.
All right.
I can follow it though. It's bolded. So
Yes. Yeah. Okay. And so what we talked about, Justin, is I'm just going to really go through the highlights,
Mhm.
and then what we've changed since the last time. We've seen this at the table, and then we'll answer any questions. If I probably won't be able to answer any of them, but I got the team here
Mhm.
who is definitely the most intimate with it. And Kristen is coming, by the way, so she had another meeting that she was involved in, but she will be here momentarily. All right, so then in A1, you see there in the purple, after a professional employee has received and discussed feedback from an observation with their current evaluator, that employee may request one additional observation by a different evaluator from this school or department per year. And so if Ms. Hutchins gives me my evaluation and for whatever reason I take exception to it, I can request an additional from either high school Ms. Sapp or Ms. Saunders. It won't replace that that observation, but it will be an additional observation.
okay, so I'm wondering how it was different from our language. So now I follow. So that is different,
Just clear.
right?
I mean, a lot of this, I
It's
would
clarifying.
say, a lot of this is just bringing some clarity to both sides. Just
Okay.
to make sure we understand what you guys are looking for, and we want to be fair as well on the evaluation system, obviously.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And then second page, number 4, again, just some a little bit of clarification, and I think maybe a little discussion. I don't know. Number 4 really was just the first sentence, I think. Evaluators, we went back and forth, shall, should. Evaluators shall enter the observation.
Oh, number 3.
Right.
Number 3. I think I say 4. There you go.
I was confused.
There you go. That should be different.
It should be 4. Oh, because we got rid of 1, never mind.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I got you. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Use your notes.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, shall enter the observation feedback into the observation tool within 10 working days following any observation. And we had a pretty good discussion about this the other day. We think that's very reasonable. And if you're an evaluator, I heard somebody say, I wouldn't remember 10 days from now what I thought of Justin's lesson. So I have to do it within a couple of days. Even though I've written some notes and taken some notes, I've got to do it or I'll forget about it. And from the teacher's standpoint, the value of that feedback's lost after basically 2 working weeks, right? Because it's
Right.
10 days.
Well, we're at a place where it really could be 10 minutes. I mean,
Right. Right.
10 seconds. I mean,
Right.
it could be quick with the
Right.
iPad in the room. But
Well, and I think that's the whole, that's what somebody else said, this whole idea is to speed up the process a little bit, get better feedback. What was it? I wrote down with it. Yeah, speed things up is what the other person said. So, and then we made another change down towards the last sentence in there. The employee in turn will respond to the observation within 5 or fewer working days, with the observation finalized within 5 or fewer working days.
so it's an additional 5
Right.
within.
Okay. Because, I think that number was originally the total of days from like when the
Right.
observation took place to when it was entered and finalized.
Correct.
Is how it read before. So I guess you guys are reading it differently.
Yeah, we feel like the 10 in there is saying the same thing that you're saying. But
Gretchen, can you grab another one of these?
Oh.
Or you got an extra?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
maybe it needs to say within another 5 or within, I don't know, 5 additional.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can send it back to us.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Yeah, right, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's getting down to the nitty
Uh-huh,
gritty.
yeah, we got it covered.
Which is good. Okay, 5. Now we're kind of switching to the green. I'm not sure why it's not purple, but Again, very much just bringing clarity to this, that instead of saying non-supplemental extracurricular activities and non-participation in voluntary, that's kind of the same thing. So what we figured would be best is to say non-participation in voluntary activities that take place outside the 7.5-hour workday cannot be used as part of the evaluation process, right? And so what that's basically saying is if I work only my 7.5 hours, I don't do any drama or band or sports or activities, fill in the blank, that cannot be held against me in my evaluation, correct? And it shouldn't. We absolutely agree with that.
Well, it shouldn't be held against you. Right. Right. It can help you still. I mean, right.
If I go to all the band
Right.
performances and I go to all the activities and I go to all the
It
sports,
can help you.
it can help you.
Okay.
And that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. But some of those that you mentioned are supplemented. So, I mean, they're paid
Well,
to do it.
see, I guess that's where the conversation, I mean, we don't want to split hairs too much, but a non-supplemented extracurricular activity. So what's the difference between a non-supplemental extracurricular activity and a non-participation voluntary activity?
You're telling me that there is by countering.
No, they're basically the same. That's a redundant statement.
Then why to change it?
Well, we took out the redundancy.
But okay, so non-supplemented extracurricular activities is what we said is the same as non-participation in voluntary activities. There's got to be more there. Okay.
Justin, what I hear Mike saying is non-supplemented is the same as voluntary activities.
Right,
Not the
exactly.
non-participation part, just
Right.
voluntary.
Voluntary activities are the same as non-supplemented. That's what you're saying.
Non-voluntary.
Yeah.
Which would imply that a
Yes.
non-supplemented is voluntary because you're not getting paid.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wordsmith it, bring it back.
We don't want, like what you
I
said.
think, again, we're on the same page.
No, what you
Yes.
said is exactly how we want it to sound, like how we want it to read in language. Don't hold it against me if I can't
Cannot
make
be held
graduation.
against me,
Right.
right? That's what I wrote down.
That's it. Maybe we
Okay.
need to put that.
Well, yeah, let's, I'm not a wordsmith guy,
All right.
so.
No,
Let's call it
we're
what
on the
it
same
is.
page. All right.
Yep.
Let's keep
All
moving.
right. All right. 10, I think, is the next change. Halfway through, training will be conducted as requested for all instructional personnel new to the evaluation process prior to their first observation on the board-approved evaluation system.
Okay. As requested by whom?
The
Employee.
employee,
Okay.
right?
Well, I mean, we talked about this too. We passed the word conducted.
Right.
And I fully admit that may not be the best word. We want people that are new to this evaluation. What are we calling it? The observation tool
Mhm.
to understand it.
Right.
That's what we want.
Right. And the issue is, we catch a lot of them at induction,
Mm-hmm.
but we hire teachers all year long.
Right.
So if I come to Creekside in November, I have the option to say, hey, Mr. Principal, I need to be trained on this. And it's his responsibility, because I requested it, it's his responsibility to conduct it, whether not he himself, but
Right.
but it can
Somebody.
get me the information.
And we didn't intend, for the record, that training to be some sort of centrally located thing.
Right.
On site is perfectly fine.
Right. Well, and to that point, because you did come back with conducted, and we did have some conversation to go back to available, but that making it quote unquote available intimated that it is a module online,
Right.
and which y'all didn't want.
Right.
So
Right.
we got to meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. And training will be conducted as requested. Okay.
By
I think the implication is that it's by the employee, but
Mhm.
okay.
I mean, it could say maybe for all instructional personnel who requested. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Maybe, this math guy.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and then, so that was what, number 10, 11, 12 are clear, 13's clear. Okay. 14. No change in the first paragraph of 14. The second paragraph, and of course this mirrors what's in Appendix A under working committees. In the second sentence, we said this committee shall meet at least 2 times per year as determined by the language in Appendix A to provide district updates and receive feedback on the evaluation system. And then we struck through the proposed language that you all had in the green, that the committee would examine any proposal that would affect and make decisions based upon that, and shall vote on proposed changes. So we struck through that, and then at the end we added back, you can see there in the purple bold, recommendations for change to the evaluation system due to district, state, and federal mandates will be referred to the EEE committee as stated in Appendix A, working committees number 4.
Is it still number 4? And your Appendix A is on your side.
Mhm.
Just curious, is it still
Yep,
number 4?
sure is.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so the provide district updates and receive feedback on the evaluation system is existing language. That's where we're back to.
Yeah, this all reverts basically back to where we
Right.
started.
Okay.
Okay, we have come full circle.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so that was Article 20. All right, let's do Appendix A, because I'd really like for Kristen to be here if at all possible for the St. John's Virtual. We got lots of folks. We've got Ryan, we've got Kristen, we've got Dawn.
We have our people as well.
You got your people, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Okay. I'm going to keep one of these just in case there was a last minute change here. And you guys need how many? 8, you said?
7 or 8. 7's fine.
2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Thank you. Okay. So I think for the record, we probably need to, and we're not really, have you guys already seen the blue language? You've already seen
Yes.
it? Okay, all right. So we're not going to, we don't need to rehash that. Yeah.
We wanted Robert's rules. You countered with that. We
Right.
accepted it.
Right, okay, all right, so we're good there. All right, so then we can drop down to the red one under diff pay, differentiated pay.
Okay.
The second to last, or I guess it's the last sentence. The decisions of the differentiated pay committee regarding payment shall be brought to the joint bargaining teams prior to June 30 of the current contract year. And we thought that would make it a little bit more clear as well.
Okay. So this coming June 30 would be the deadline. But it's already been done, but
Right,
this
right.
this coming June 30th would be the deadline
Right.
for this
And it's
year.
always, or I won't say always, but it's typically done like that by the end of the year.
Okay.
But we put it in there just, it's a good measure. All right. And then number 4 mirrors what we just read in Article 20.
Okay.
And is number 4 in Article 20. And then,
That's number 2. So we probably need to fix
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
oh,
In 20, it needs the reference number 2.
okay. All right. Good catch. I'm going to do it on mine. Oh, in 20. Okay. Yeah, let's make a note. Okay, gotcha. All right, I'm with you. Okay, and then in number 3, supplement committee. The supplement committee shall consist of up to 6 members selected by the association and up to 6 members of management selected by the superintendent or designee. So just kind of, again, some clarification language there. We do want to point out, we did make another little change down here in the second to the last sentence. And it's really non-substantive, but this committee will meet a minimum of once each year, just to clarify. We want to get that in there. And then this committee makes recommendations to the joint bargaining teams by June 30th of the current contract year.
I was making a note. What are we on? What number?
Yeah.
That was
Number
3,
number
supplement?
3, right, red 3, right.
But I
Could
think
you read that
Colleen's already
one more
done.
time?
This
Yep.
committee shall meet once.
It's that blue, it's actually the second to the last. This committee will meet a minimum of once each year. And then the last sentence is, this committee will make, this committee,
You want to strike one of the rows.
yeah, you got it. Will make recommendations to the joint bargaining teams by June 30th of the current contract year. Okay? Yep. Oh, that's interesting. This one. Where's Kathy Weber when you need her? Okay. All right. Well, we will make sure we all make that adjustment. That's just a little bit of a Scrivener thing. All right. And then red 4, last sentence, the association will select up to 3 additional teachers to serve on the calendar committee. And I believe that's it on working committees. Okay.
Are we waiting for
No.
SJVS? Go for it.
We will.
I'm sending you 7 and 9 electronically, right? I don't think the other ones you would need electronically, but you can tell me. Can I have 20 and A and SJVS, of course, now that it's over here. Thank you. Can you copy of this? Sorry.
All right. This one we're going to go to.
Sorry. Do you have any extras?
Are there extras, Gretchen?
Such a good baby.
All right. That's
Kathy,
okay.
did you see the,
You do?
see the baby, Kathy?
Thank you.
Sally's
That's
little
her
one.
grandbaby.
He
They're white,
he
aren't
is
they? Aren't
perfect.
they great?
Grandma.
Oh, we're going to. Oh, it is Grandma.
I see her.
From future unionists. We're starting them young.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Hey, well, you know.
Illegal now, I think.
Yeah. All right. So do we want to get just the highlights again, or do we want to read the whole thing?
It's been a while.
Let's do the whole
Let's be thorough.
Okay. All right. All right. This is Article 23, St. John's Virtual School, and that probably should be on the second line, but that's okay. We'll take care of that later as well. The purpose of this article is to recognize the needs of the St. John's Virtual Program. There's all the information disclosed in the other articles of the collective bargaining agreement and will include the following. Virtual full-time. Number 1, based on student need and teacher discretion, full-time SJVS teachers will host a minimum of 3 office hours per week using a district-approved platform. Teachers are strongly encouraged to use a platform that allows multiple students to participate simultaneously in office hours. Training will be provided.
Okay. So we're striking out Zoom because it could be Teams or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, Zoom and Team, they're kind of generic now, right? I mean,
Mhm.
but we just took those off because we, you know, because it could be anything. Ring, there's 2 or 3 others.
Okay.
All right. 2, full-time SJVS teachers will be expected to report to the SJVS office a minimum of 30 days per year,
Maximum.
maximum of 30 days per year to attend necessary meetings such as open houses, orientations, faculty meetings, lab visits, and to address any other program needs that require the teacher's physical presence. Virtual meetings will be held periodically to reduce teacher travel. The school administration will keep track of the number of days a teacher is on campus within the contracted school year.
Okay. I'm asking questions as we go along, right?
Sure.
Okay, so this is simple math. We went from 3 times a month to 30 times per year for a 10-month employee, right?
Mhm.
It's just 3 times 10. Any other reasoning for 30?
Some months may need a few more days than 3, and some months may not need any at all. So just some flexibility.
Okay. Do you have any,
Like an example,
maybe you could speak to how was the 3 times per month working? Was it adequate,
Yeah, Brian, why don't you come on up?
adequate, inadequate?
think of one example we gave.
I can't argue with the math, but why?
So as you know, with virtual, our
And
students are
Ryan,
in a
before,
virtual-
this is Ryan Erskine. He's our principal at St. John's Virtual School, just for the record and for the listening audience.
Hello.
So what we see is towards the end of each semester, before we have project exams, where we needed help with administering these project exams, and then also at the end of the school year, we do all the state assessments. So it just allows us more opportunities for teachers to come in and assist us during those times, rather than just holding them just the 3 days, for May, or if they don't come in at all in November or December or whatever else. So it's a lump sum to allow us to track those days.
So proctoring exams is one example.
Correct.
Is it the most common?
That's definitely the most common, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, number 3, full-time SJVS teachers will receive supplements for sponsoring existing clubs and organizations that extend beyond the workday. Approved sponsors of these types of activities will meet both virtually and face-to-face. Okay. And again, for the record, the black is existing language, and the existing MOU and all of the color language or changes, right?
Mhm.
Number 4, when determining class size for full-time virtual teachers, the teacher workload, the number of preps, and the number of touch points associated with the course will be taken into consideration. Either the teacher or leadership can request a review of these factors. The maximum active student loan per semester for core and elective courses are semester maximum active student loads. Secondary core courses only, 200 students. Secondary core and elective mix, 225 students. Secondary electives only, 250 students. And then elementary, 35 students.
Okay, semester maximum active loads. So, okay, is this an agreement? Are we agreeing?
Right, I mean, those are your numbers.
To the max
Right?
numbers.
You're agreeing.
Yeah.
You're just adding the words semester and secondary
And
and
active.
active, which makes sense to me. Okay, and then you're striking through including foreign language. Why is that? Is foreign language an elective?
Because it's, yes.
It's not considered core.
Okay. I think we acknowledge that it's not considered core. That's why we had a separate, that we would include it in the core elective mix. Yeah, that's a lot of students for, I understand it's an elective, but that's a fairly intense course from what I understand. So I hope that, I hope you see why we presented it the way we did. We acknowledge that it's technically an elective, but
Right.
there's something different about it.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay. All right, page 2, number 5, NASJVS teacher on an approved leave of absence will have their students reassigned by the school administration. Reassignments of these students to current full-time St. John's virtual teachers is at the discretion of the school administration. This does not prevent the administration from assigning students to part-time as needed instructors. Teachers who exceed the maximum active student load will receive compensation as outlined in, now it was number 7. We changed it to number 6. So we want to make sure we're all on the same wavelength with that. So number 6, we think it's number 6. A current full-time teacher who has assigned additional students, temporary teacher of record, above the maximum active student loans identified in number 4 will be compensated as follows. A, administration will identify by date students of records that are assigned to the, quote, temporary teacher of record, unquote, for compensation purposes after the maximum active student load is reached. B, compensation will be calculated based on the pay rate of the course, multiplied by the percentage completed by the student from the date assigned to the full-time teacher of record or the date of 100% completion of the course, whichever comes first. This language shall be applied to summer courses when full-time virtual teachers are assigned to complete SJEA students when they continue beyond the district school year.
Okay. So active student load is clarifying. Active is a clarifying word here. Okay. So instead of 125, which was the middle one that we chose, based on the rate of pay of the course, the district's language would mean 110, 125, or 150. Do I have the numbers right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Yes.
Okay. All right.
Continue?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, all full-time virtual instructors over amount identified in number 4, 1, on the last day of each academic school year, administration will pull data to reflect all completions. Compensation will be calculated based on $50 multiplied times the number of core course completions over the maximum load, and $25 multiplied times that's redundant, the elective course completions over the maximum load. For example, elementary teacher A has 42 fifth grade students. The maximum load for elementary teachers is 35 students. Take the total number of students and subtract the maximum number of students. So 42 times 2 minus 35 times 2 equals 14. 84 minus 70. Then take the total number for the total students over maximum and multiply each core course completion by $50 and each elective course completion by $25. So $50 times the 28 plus 25 times the 14 equals 3,150. 3,001. Let's see. The teacher would receive an additional $3,150 for the year. Then the second example is, for example, secondary. This moves to secondary now. Secondary teacher B teaches all elective courses. The teacher has 300 completions for the first semester and 300 completions for the second semester. Take the completions and subtract the maximum active load, so 300 plus 300, minus the 250 times 2 semesters equals 100, right? 600 minus 500. Then take the total students over maximum and multiply each elective course completion by 25. So $25, multiply that by the 100 students, you get $2,500. The teacher would receive an additional $2,500 for the year.
Okay, so we didn't propose these $50 and $25 numbers, right? These are yours. Am I
That's
correct?
correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Sorry. Hey, welcome. Okay. Hold on. Processing.
Oh, I'm with you.
It's you see it above my head.
Well, I didn't read it very well either.
Well, there is a redundancy in number one, right?
Yeah, they're, oh, totally.
So we can take that out,
Yeah.
in our counter and make it clear.
And there's probably needs a comma or two here or there.
And the calculation, then what we were proposing was a calculation based on that middle number 125, the middle course pays, 110, 125, 150. And you're saying 50 and 25. Can I ask where are those numbers coming from?
The 50 and the 25?
Right.
Do you want me to address that?
So absolutely, yes.
So
Hello,
that's
Kristen.
our estimation of what we expect the amount of time is for one student for one semester for one course over the caps that we've agreed to on the first page.
Okay. Can you walk me through the formula that would produce that estimation? Is that teacher salary divided by 196?
Looking at hourly rate, right? So
Okay.
looking at an hourly rate. And how much time do we think that one student at one course at one semester completion adds to the time that teacher's putting in?
Okay. So if one student at $50 would be the equivalent of approximately 1.5, 1.7 work hours.
I would agree with your math there.
Yeah, 1.7 probably, right?
Depending on the person.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
on average,
Correct.
right, yeah.
Okay. I'm following. Let's keep going, I guess.
I'm just doing a little quick math here, hang on. Yep. Okay, number 8. Full-time teachers will let the SJVS principal or assistant principal know of their intent to participate in the summer program by February 1st of the current school year to allow for proper planning and student placement. Number 9, summer credit recovery will use the district-approved platform, APEX, to allow students within the district to recover credits. Teachers will be paid $50 per completion. Payment for summer credit recovery will be made in the second paycheck in August or earlier.
So a part-time as needed would be paid 125. If you had a part-time as needed teaching that course, they would make 125 per completion.
Well, we don't do credit recovery, so this is going through the Apex program. And then with a lot of it, it's pushed into the base course. So a lot of the students could test out a lot of that.
So the difference here is that you're saying, what I understand, I think, is that credit recovery is a different animal than a typical virtual school course. It's not the same thing. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Virtual part-time. 1, part-time positions will meet all full-time responsibilities in accordance to their percentage of obligation. Leadership will adjust student load and salary according to percentage. Example, 40% equals 40% of core and elective student load.
You're on virtual second job number 2?
No, I'm on virtual part-time.
Virtual part-time. Okay, that's
Yeah.
existing. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
that's existing.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm with you.
I apologize, yeah. Virtual second job. 1, based on student need and teacher discretion, SJVS virtual second job teachers will host a minimum of 1 office hour per week using district-approved platform. Teachers are strongly encouraged to use a platform that allows multiple students to participate simultaneously in office hours. Training will be provided. 2, virtual second job teachers will be paid by course completion. The elective course pay rate is $110 per semester completion. The core course pay rate is $125 per semester completion.
There's no more 150s?
Correct. So when we look at it, the tier system, it's dated. And with it, we have some electives that are in the second tier. We have some core, our middle school language arts teachers are getting paid at the lowest level, the 110. So with this, it just makes 2 clean tiers, if you want to call it. So you have your elective category and you have your core.
Do we have any part-time is needed, PTAN? Have you had to use that acronym, PTAN?
We have, I believe we have 3 part-time needed right now.
Okay, so it's not a common thing.
Correct.
And are there, so I guess I have to ask the direct question, how many people are going to go from 150 down to some other number?
1 person.
What's the course?
Spanish 3 and Spanish 4.
So it's currently paying 150
Yes, sir.
and it would pay less.
Yes, sir.
Okay, who sets those amounts?
The tiers?
Yeah, the tiers, where'd they come from?
Way before my time.
Yeah, the district.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of dent that makes in the budget, but it seems, I'm not sure why we're doing that. I can be honest with you.
So the main reason we were pulling it was for AP courses. So the AP courses, they should be receiving that $50 if you score the certain scores you need to score. So that should be taking it in. So instead of it being, from 125 to 150 or 110 to 150, you get 150 and then you also get the $50 stipend as well.
So it was AP courses that were paying the 150,
Correct.
and because they get a $50, whatever it's called, bonus.
Right, bonus.
So we would take them down to 125. They'd be in the 125 group.
Yes.
Okay. And then 110 is most, or which one is most? 110 or 125?
All of the electives.
All of the electives,
Correct.
but not Spanish.
No, Spanish is going to be in with the electives.
So this person's going from 150 to 110.
Correct.
Do you have non-AP Spanish 3 and 4 classes?
They are non-AP.
We have Spanish 3 and Spanish 4, which are honors-based courses.
Okay, so there's one person in a part-time job doing that.
Correct.
Okay. I understand the AP logic. We'll caucus on the other stuff. The AP people would be 125 plus 50 if the kid passes.
Right.
You have one person. Okay.
Completes and passes. Right, completes and passes.
Completes and passes, right?
Right.
Well, we're in the part-time world now, yeah. They have to
Right.
complete.
Right, that's true. Right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Number 3, hospital homebound virtual second job teachers will be paid for course completion at the rates identified in number 2. If the assigned student remains in the course for a minimum of 4 weeks, whether the student completes the course virtually or returns to the brick and mortar school for course completion. Existing language.
Yeah, I think we're good from there on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 5 is principal or assistant principal, and that's it.
Do we have, Ryan's the principal? Do we have an assistant principal right now?
Yes, we do. I can look up.
All right, well, if you could send me those 3 things, Appendix A, Article 20, Article 23. This, St. John's Virtual School is an article. That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal.
Awesome.
No more MOU.
One less. And then-
It's gonna be more than 30 minutes. You want to say an hour?
Sure. 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Check in with you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Audio
All right, we'll figure it
Okay.
out. Okay.
You got TAs? I do.
Do you want us to go first or?
I'll go.
Okay.
Appendix A is a TA.
So we only need three each. Then that would give us 321s.
Oh, good.
Because I got my 21. So I need 2 15s and 2 6s. I don't think we're playing cards.
I know.
Now, if you need something, I can go.
I don't know if anybody gets that, but, well, not go fish. Yes. 15, thank you. And uno más on the 6. Yeah, through that phone number.
Here. I didn't write any, here, I don't have anything
Pays
written.
the same, like.
I know. All right, that all worked. Okay, so we're TA in Appendix A. And today's the 30th. Okay, I keep one, you get 2.
Right.
But you, oh, these are the same? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Fell over.
don't fall over,
All right.
Justin.
And do you have another one?
I have 20. I sent to Phyllis for just to print 3 copies, but you printed them? Okay, I think, and I'm doing 3 because I'm hopeful. This just clarifies that 5-day thing. So if we change it to in the next 5 working days, I think that clarifies.
What you mean is 5 days after the employee responds,
Right,
the administrator will finalize.
right,
That's what we meant.
right. So if we say it that way, there, it should be perfectly clear. And then on the last page, the reference to committee number 4 is now, I changed it to committee number 2 because that's just
Right.
the new 2.
Right.
So those are the only changes. If you're good with that, we can TA.
You okay? You want to read it? Just make sure.
She's printing with those changes. Thank you, Phyllis. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
I haven't signed anything yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Where was that? Oh, okay, here. So here it is reflected in type. Okay. And so it's at the top now. And the reason for that is if you look at page 1,
Mhm.
all that stuff about that we proposed about definitions, that's going to confuse the heck out of people when they go to ratify. So if you mind, can we just get rid of it? We proposed it, you crossed it out, and we agreed. So
Just want
yeah, just
Agreed.
literally take it out.
Yep.
So that neither one of us have to answer a million questions about
Right.
it. Okay. So that reflects the change, and the reason it's moved on the paper is because of the removal of that.
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. So I guess technically, this is our counter, and you may TA. And here's the other 2.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay, here's- check that.
If you want to go like check it, that's fine too. Right?
We're probably going to need a few minutes.
If you don't want
You
to,
wanna
if you don't want to TA it right now, I
Yeah,
understand.
let's
Check
do
it.
that. Yeah.
All right. my word is that I only changed those two things.
Right.
Yeah.
But-
We're with you. Okay, so who's got the three? You got these two.
There's one down there. Dawn has
So
one.
we'll let her be the custodian of that. That might be the fastest caucus. Right. All right, so we want to do 6, right? So we're going to TA on 6.
I'm the keeper of that, so.
Okay, then
I'll just look at it.
All right, there's Article 6 TA. Article 15 TA. Click on your personal space here. And Article 21 TA. Doing all the TAs. Right, so you should have appendix A, 6, 15, and 21. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Good.
We can talk about SJBS if you want.
Okay, can we, just to go back through just really quick, because you gave 6, 7, 9, 15, 21. We TA'd on 6, 15, and 21. We're going to hold on 7 and the other one we're holding.
9.
Oh, no, yeah, we're going to counter on 9. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to hold on 7, and we'd like to counter on 9. So I don't know if you want to do that first. You want to do SJBS?
No, let's do that.
Okay. All right, so that's mine. That's mine. I think that's 8. I mean, it's Article 9, but
Yes.
they copied it. Sorry.
This is the 1-day thing, right?
Again, and I think it's really minute or moot to some degree, perhaps somebody might think, but just for clarification.
Yes.
All right. The only changes are in paragraph D and G. So paragraph D, we would like to clarify the 3 times it says shall receive at least 1 day of duty-free planning.
Okay.
For this purpose, we would just like to say shall receive 1 day, because at least 1 day makes it sound like they may get more than 1 day. And the intent is not,
Correct.
right? You get 1 day for a change of room, 1 day for a change of prep,
Okay.
2 days if you're doing both. Strict clarification.
Got it.
And then the first sentence after the blue stuff is really not a sentence. It looked like,
I don't want blue anymore.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's great.
It's bolded, actually. Yeah, at least are bold. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going off my notes. At
All right,
least
I
is
can
bolded. And then the, right here, Justin, where it
The
starts.
new-
If the new assignment is at a different school, so you're
Yes.
striking through.
Yeah, it's not a sentence. I mean, it's a fragment of a previous sentence.
If
Yeah.
this sentence is at a different school or it's at a different grade level. It's terrible. You're right.
Yeah.
And it's
just a,
and it's moot at this
It's a
point.
typo. Right. Yeah. It's
Right.
moot. Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the
Somebody said
ma-
it was
the
it was a really long prepositional phrase, which I had no idea what that meant.
So the substantive change here is striking through at least.
Yeah, and even that's, we think is material because it's more clarification.
Right.
than anything.
What was the other change? Is that it?
That's just striking through that.
The
Right,
the
this
three
is
at
new.
least,
Got that.
and then the incomplete sentence.
Gotcha.
And then G.
And then, the other one, yeah, NG, yep. That's kind of hanging out there too. It's really, F is about associate teachers, and then we talk about the associate teacher committee, but in G, but it really doesn't have a title, so we just added a title. Again, non-substantive.
Yeah.
Most clarification.
Yeah, the if part was supposed to be, that was my mistake in printing it today.
What
So
are you talking about?
that was already crossed out last time. So what they crossed out, if the new assignment is at a different school.
Oh.
So you get that.
We can TA.
Let's do it.
That one. There's three.
Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Are
Okay.
we talking about 7 or?
No, we just want to, we'll bring it back next week.
Okay. Is there something that we should be thinking about or researching? I mean, not asking. you for
It's
grand,
just
but-
the, really be very honest with you, it's the just cause versus proper cause. We just want to make sure.
So I just, we talked about this just remember, SJEA has a session afterwards. So let's,
If we're talking about next week.
if we're talking about next week.
Oh, yeah, we'll
Mike didn't
get,
necessarily say that, but. yeah.
well, I did say next week.
Oh, okay.
You did say.
Yeah, let's,
Sorry.
So I'm just
we'll-
saying, let's
we'll talk about
be
dates.
cognizant about that,
Yes.
that SJEA has to finalize things.
Right, right.
I don't want to keep them here till 11 o'clock when some of those try buses at
Right.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Not that teachers, should have to be in classrooms, but I think we need to be cognizant of that. And I talked to my team about that as well.
Agreed.
So, okay.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, we don't want to take over their session.
Right.
What did I reference? Article
3.
3.
One.
Article 3.1. So just if you have the cross-reference.
And actually,
It's
it's,
an A.
I left it's 3A in
It's
ours.
3A.
3A,
Actually, but
sorry,
yes.
3A.
And it does,
Yeah.
it says just cause in there, but,
Which is consistent with statute as
right,
well.
understood, understood.
Does that leave only SJVS? Or do you have something else?
Nope, I think that's it for us.
The way,
We TA 6, we're holding 7. We countered on 9 and TA, right?
Yep.
And then TA 15 and 21.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
SJVS.
Okay, so we are going to have a counter here, but we kind of wanted to offer some suggestions here or some options. We can go in and get to work on a counter and bring it back tonight and see where we are with that.
Okay.
We can leave and draw up the counter and bring it back at a later date. We can have more of a discussion here now without a formal counter. Do any of those sound like a preference to you?
I think for me, to be quite honest with you, to kind of see what's in y'all's head, I think a little bit of discussion. What are you thinking? Let's talk about it.
Sure.
And it might give you some better guidance, direction, clarification going into a caucus. So, yeah.
So let's talk
what you think?
caucus and try to get there. Okay.
Right.
Do you have it handy? 23?
Yes, I did. I might have given it away.
I have one in there. if you need it. You got
And
plenty. Here you go.
we got plenty? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure. I have it.
You're still looking at-
Yep, I got it. Yep. Just in case. Yeah, I got some notes on it, so I just want to make sure. Okay. Fire away.
Okay. So, and I don't know the exact year off the top of my head, but some years ago, St. John's Virtual School started, right?
Yep.
And it started with part-time as needed people.
Yep.
right? And then eventually grew to the point where they could hire full-time people, right?
Yes.
And so we were negotiating through an MOU year to year. right?
Yes.
So now, I think by putting in a contract, we all agree that St. John's Virtual School is here to stay, right?
Yes.
If it goes away, clearly the article will go away. But we expect it to be here. So I think there's no doubt from the management perspective and from the labor perspective, there's growing pains as we've gone from however many years ago, from part-time to full-time. And now we're in the agreement here, in the collective bargaining agreement. So if you look at number 2, for example,
Mhm.
that flexibility does seem to be needed. We're totally fine with that. And that's what I mean by growing pains. We learned that. We
Mhm.
learned through experience that 3 times per month didn't work anymore,
Mhm.
right? So as we continue, it's the same sort of philosophy. What have we learned through experience? We don't want to be stuck in the way we were 8-9 years ago when it first started.
Right.
Okay. So number 4, we agree adding the word active makes it clearer.
Mhm.
And we believe that if we're going to, again, this isn't a formal counter, so please open for discussion.
Sure.
If we're going to go with active student load per semester, we should pay the overage per semester. Because what it seems to be doing, and it certainly, I understand the management move here. If you combine the first semester and the second semester, I could be as a teacher over by 100 students in one semester and under by 100 in the next semester and come out, even, right? And we have a fundamental problem with that. I mean, we don't think that we think it should be by semester, like a 7th period supplement is paid by semester, and to have an overage in the fall that doesn't pay out until the late spring or early summer is not really, we just don't think it's good practice. So we have kind of a philosophical and substantive pragmatic problem with the waiting so long for the overage, right? So we think the active student load should be per semester and thus paid per semester. One of the other do you have questions on that? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
or just so I'm secondary core only, right? And I have 200 students, or excuse me, I have 240 students. So I get my 40 student overage in the second semester of that year. And then just want to make sure I'm with you. And then I have another semester that I'm over by 40. So I got 240 load. And then at the end of the second semester, I get paid for that 40 as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other sticking points is we're going to get to the amount, but when it's paid is we're hesitant there. So the foreign language, I keep learning more and more about this foreign language stuff, and specifically the Spanish classes at the upper level. We can't argue that they're not core. We understand how they're listed. We understand how they are in the what is it? What is it? A book? CPALMs. That's
CPALMs,
yeah.
right.
Okay. Look at me. We understand that. However, it's not an elective either because we're comparing an upper level Spanish course to Hope, driver's ed, peer counseling, career research, visual arts, and they're not really. The reality is that they're not the same. We understand the categorization part,
Mhm.
but can we not treat it like it's its own thing, that it's not an elective and not a core? Because that's the reality.
Is it required?
Well, it's not a core. See, that's what we stipulate that,
Right.
you know? It's not a core.
Right.
But from a workload perspective, the reality is different than what the book says in this case. So how do we overcome that?
Okay.
Okay, so then in the overage category, so this is, you're giving us, let's just look at the big ask here, right? The big ask from labor is that we don't have target ranges, we have solid cutoffs, right?
Mhm.
That's what we asked. That's a big ask, and you gave it to us, right?
Mhm.
Okay. In return, though, the numbers, the dollar amounts for the overages are pretty low,
Mhm.
right? So that's a big give. That would be a big give, right? So here's sort of the line of reasoning. If we don't want, we're not looking for our, however many there are now, 30 full-time people to have, we don't want them to have the overage. We want there to be we want it to be disincentivized. So this at $50 compared to if I hired a part-time as needed and paid them it's a core, so it'd be 125, right? So what I would pay a part-time person 125 for, I'm paying a full-time person 50 for. Am I missing something? That's what we're doing. Now we understand that the part-time person, you'd have to train them too, most likely. But we don't want them to be loaded up. We actually want the limits to be held to. So we don't want management to go, well, I've got 50 extra kids. It's a lot cheaper to just load her up than to hire a part-time person, because that's what these numbers would indicate. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I think so.
Now, understandably, they are already set up, trained, right? We get that part. So, but the number 50 and 25 are pretty low. We estimated, we're going with the last number I have, and you probably have a different one off the top of your head, more accurate, but $33 average hourly rate.
Yep. That's
Am I right?
You're right on.
How about that? $33, right? So if you have a new student, right? I got my 200, now I'm at 201. I'm in core, is that right? Yeah. So I have 4 to 5 more DBAs to do, right? A discussion-based assessment is about 10 minutes. I have to grade all of the assignments that kid does, right? I have to have my monthly contact with the guardians and the students in addition to all the other contacts. And you have, I mean, one kid, you probably wouldn't feel the effect, but several, you would probably feel the effect on your office hours. So I think that $50 for that kid with an average hourly rate of 33, that's how I came up with 1.7 hours. I think we've blown past the 1.7 hours, is my point. So either way we go, whether we compare to a part-time as needed, or we actually add up the potential hours, we're low from our perspective. So we need to find something to counter with. We will just, that's what we need to do. Do you have any questions for me? It's an open discussion, honestly. We're trying to come to a solution.
Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, no, it's, if you guys have questions, ask.
Yeah, I don't have a formal counter, and this is the time we're so close to the whole thing.
Yeah, no, and is that it?
No, I got one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Because then I want to add a little color to your play-by-play and the history.
We'll do it now.
No, let's
Oh.
finish.
Not everybody gets the sports references, Mike.
I know.
Summer credit recovery, we understand is different. It's actually 2 more points. Summer credit recovery, we stipulate, is different on the Apex platform because a lot of it is self-paced. So again, we need to evolve. We're cool with that. We need to evolve. But what teachers are currently getting 125 for, we're going to drop to 50. That's a big drop. So, but we understand that it's not 125, right? We understand that because it's different. It's more self-paced. There is a DBA requirement now, but it's not the full slate of DBAs. So anyway, we need to counter that as well, the summer credit recovery, understanding that it is different from the regular platform. Virtual second job. So I think if I understood right, when I asked, and Ryan can clarify, he was the one that answered, I believe, how many people are part-time? So we're only in the second job part-time people now, right? Would go from 150 to 110. And I believe you said one person, right? Okay. So all other arguments aside, I'm asking my employer and my counterparts to not ask me to negotiate a current employee's salary down. We want to talk about future stuff in the future. That's fine. But this is a current employee that expects to make that. Please don't put me in that position as my employer or as my counterpart.
Okay.
Now I'm done.
Okay. Okay.
History.
Sure. And yes, you everything you said was absolutely correct. And we had back in 2011, 2012 timeframe, we had a decision to make. I forget who was in charge of SJEA when I got here in 2011. I don't know if Kristen, you were
So it
still.
would have been either Steve Ambergy or
Yeah,
Joe.
it was Ambergy. Yeah, it was Ambergy. And so we had a choice to make.
Is that when it originated, 2011?
No, it was
2007.
2007.
Longer
yeah.
than I thought.
Yeah, it's been around for a long time.
Okay.
And quite honestly, back then it was fledgling, right? And we had a decision to make. We could jettison it. There is no requirement at that time. There was no requirement to have a local district franchise, but when I say we, the district, made a decision to invest in St. John's Virtual and basically compete with head-on Florida Virtual.
Using their platform though, right?
Correct, but we've also migrated and have matured over the years to other platforms as well.
Added to, not replaced.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And build our own brand. I mean, to the extent that 5-6 years ago, we created a mascot, right? The Rams.
I had no idea.
You didn't?
I only knew because I saw his lanyard, and I was like, oh, they have a
Oh, well, where's your
mascot.
pad? Show them your pad.
Good football team. I saw the shirts and the logo. I just didn't know you had a mascot.
Right. So we own. So
Sorry,
so,
I did
so the whole.
I
Oh, that's okay.
detoured.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a great detour. So we own it, right? We want it to be as successful and competitive as anybody.
Mhm.
Probably more so, because teachers come and go, CFOs come and go, superintendents come and go, board members come and go, but the business itself will be here should be here long after we're here, right? So we need to have it sustainable, and we need to have it, and we need to control the growth, right? And so the other part of the history is when we were coming into the pandemic, we were at one level of students, and then during that pandemic, it shot up. And we had some very interesting conversations of, well, is it going to stay there? What do we do? How do we, right? Because where did those kids come from? Our brick and mortar, right? And so I say all that. And then, of course, now it's come back down a little bit because as the pandemic has kind of shifted down and people are getting a little bit more comfortable being around folks, kids are coming back out of that platform back into our brick and mortar schools, right? And by the way, they didn't really call brick and mortar schools pre-pandemic, right? What we do now. So I say all that to say, and yes, you're absolutely correct. It was all done in an MOU for years and years and years. And so now, and you said it before we went to caucus, it's a great day that we're trying to get in the contract. That shows that we own it. We want it. We want it to flourish, right? And we won't do anything to harm that. But by the same token, we also have to realize that it is still in a growth mode, right? If you look through the cycles of an organization, it is not yet mature, right? Inception, growth, maturity, and then you kind of like flatten out. And so it's still in its growth mode, and not necessarily growth from a FTE standpoint, but growth from how do we do things, right? So I say all that to say that the language that you are all about, take that into consideration as you go into your deliberations and caucus, that we don't have to figure this all out today, right? We can still take time. Look at the contract for the teachers. It changes over time as things change. Evaluation is probably pay, are all those big things that change the contract as we go through time. So we don't have to figure out St. John's virtual in contract language in Article 23 tonight. We can do it over time. So the message is, don't try to bite off too much in one bite. That's it. Because we have time. We have lots of time.
It operates differently, right?
Absolutely.
It's a profit center. We understand, right? That term has been used by management. Is that correct? Right.
We don't like to look at it as a profit center. It should be sustainable, but it's not always sustainable.
Right. I think there's value in, like you said, as you grow. I actually have firsthand experience. For 2 or 3 years, I did part-time as needed, and I don't like the expression the learning curve is steep, because the learning curve is actually very flat for a very long time. It's difficult, and once they're up and trained, you want to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
You want to keep them. And, for example, this is me venturing into management here for a second, but if the one person that, if we agreed, and please don't ask me to do it, but let's say we dropped her from 150 to 110, let's say she leaves. Where do the students go? FLVS. You lose FTE, right? I mean, there's
not necessarily. You're making a big
But
assumption.
that's what I said. I said I'm venturing into management territory here that you know more about. But what I'm suggesting is that we don't want our teachers to, especially once they're trained at the complexity of virtual school, to leave.
Mm-hmm.
We want to keep, and we don't want them. We honestly don't want them to go over the course loads. We're not looking for them to make extra money. We're looking for the incentive to stick to the course loads maximums, effective.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like you want us to set another date on the calendar and draw up a counter and bring it back to you, or do you want us to go do it right now?
I mean, if you can, I don't even know what time it is. How long, what are you thinking?
I think based on our conversation here, I think we can do it in an hour, but then it's in your court. And if we're just going to postpone, then we might as well just call it now.
I think that's probably prudent. Gives you some time to really think it through, do some research, make sure the counter is solid. And then when we come back, whatever that date is, and we'll talk about that in a second, then it gives us some time to do it. To look at it.
I'm fine with keeping the team here to do it, but if it just means that we're adjourning after the next caucus.
Yeah, I would probably say, again, I can't tell the future, but, it's going to be another hour for us too. So, right. So
at
it's
some point
probably
we're going to call it.
prudent to.
Do you want to, I don't want to take up from SJEA's session next week. We've already agreed to make it a joint session for 2 items. But
Let me ask a question. When would be the soonest that I'm just thinking, could you start? I know we're starting at 5 on Wednesday next week, right?
Well, actually, Tammy,
let's just talk about it.
before we go there, what's the pleasure of the team? You guys want to give them an hour and then, because if we give them an hour, or, you know,
We're
if
just
they
going to
take
call
an
it after
hour.
that anyway. So,
I'm sure we're gonna have to spend some time.
Yeah, so I
okay, so if we bring it next week, we're not going to eat into them. So we're just going to give it to you. So you'll have our counter formally.
Mhm.
And then we'll do the joint articles, and then SJEA needs to leave SJESPA alone to do their work.
Right.
Okay, but they will give us a few minutes to present our counter. So, right?
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is that's where I was going.
That's where she was
Kathy.
going.
I was
Right.
gonna say if everyone could try to, maybe, I know high school is a little bit more difficult, but, if they could get some permission to, if we could start
We
at
don't need,
4.
we can be here by 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
early
that's true.
release.
4
It's
o'clock.
you, right? That has the latest thing?
No, he's,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
he's
early
early.
today.
That's right.
Really?
They start at 2 a.m.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
if
I'm
we
just
start-
waiting.
I'm actually headed into work after.
Yeah, I can make it by 4.
Yeah, so if
Find me
we
there.
start at 4,
You okay with
Then-
that?
you would have the proposal, SJEA would have the proposal, then give time for you guys to caucus and then us to get set up for the joint. And you could probably go ahead and counter, and I'm okay with that. I worry that we have grievance and we have insurance. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. And then we still have several articles outstanding in SJESPA. And the goal, obviously, our goal is to try to finish next week.
Right.
If I don't finish soon, support employees are going to have my head.
Right.
They
All
want
right,
their
so
money.
we have bargaining on the 6th.
I'm sure teachers want their money too, but
So can we,
support
so if we
everybody.
can do 4 o'clock, do you also want to put the 13th on the calendar?
I cannot
Neither,
bargain that night, so
huh?
I cannot bargain that night.
Okay, and Kathy's not available and I'm not available
Yeah.
on the 13th. I think she
I mean,
said
I'm
the
okay with Justin. I don't think we don't have a ton of stuff for SJESPA. I think we're close. I don't remember what all management has left.
What about another night? I mean, do we always have to do Wednesday?
No, it's just,
No.
we've just fallen into that. We
Right.
can do the next night, Thursday. Why don't we do that?
Michelle and I will be gone.
Yeah, but we are down to
Yeah.
SJVS at that point.
Yeah.
So we could,
Are you okay with that?
next Wednesday, we could propose early
You'll be in.
at 4.
I know. But are you
That
okay
gives
with
you caucus time before
Yeah,
the
that's
joint
fine.
session.
Yeah.
SJA can bow out after the 2 articles and not eat into your session, and then come back the next night.
Well, is that enough time for them to find the calendar?
I don't know. That's the question.
Well, no, he's saying Thursday, I think. You're saying Thursday.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying Tuesday would be better, because we have a 2:30. That's gonna be 2:30, 3:30, it's gonna be 4:30 by the time we get there, I get there right after budget. I got PDA.
What time on Thursday?
Flexible?
I mean, 5 at the earliest.
Yeah, they're not saying early on Thursday.
No,
We
5.
could do 5.
But at that point, it would be, the proposal would be on your side.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
The question is whether we could turn it around.
Right.
Right.
On the 7th.
On the
Correct.
7th, because we start our budget meetings, school budget meetings next Tuesday, the 5th. Or excuse me, the 6th.
Mhm.
So I was saying if we could do it on the Tuesday.
I mean, if Mike, if SJEA presents it, comes early on the 6th, presents it, then that would give you guys time to discuss it, debate it,
Potentially.
and then have the 7th to just come back and TA.
See, that's why.
I'm just trying to be positive.
And do we have, we don't have any budget meetings on Thursday morning, do we?
But they can't come Thursday morning.
No. If we did it, if we met Tuesday night,
That's what I'm saying.
right, is what you're saying?
Right,
They
Then-
counter on Tuesday.
and then whatever we decide, come back on Wednesday. If they're here early, we start at 4.
Yeah.
TA and finish up and then meet jointly at 5.
But we really wouldn't have much time on Wednesday to.
You have to
Okay,
turn
I
it
see
around so fast.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, Tuesday could just be a longer night.
Right, I got you.
I mean, if we're ready to present,
Right.
then you would just give you guys time to
And you
debate.
you can't do Thursday. Even like a normal session Thursday.
Yeah, why can't we do Thursday?
We can. I'm just trying to move this along, trying to
Oh.
get people paid, okay?
We're at that point too,
Right,
but,
no,
but
I get
if
that.
Thursday works for you,
Well, no, she's
If we're
saying,
not, if we're not finished, then we don't have another day to.
I think what Kathy's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, if we meet Tuesday, you guys counter Tuesday, and then you leave, and that's really it. Because we could spend, the rest of us, we can stay here till midnight going through our counter that we'll bring back on Wednesday.
that's fine. So it's which day do you want to turn it
And
around
worst
in?
case scenario, if you wanted to counter that, you could do it on Thursday,
Okay,
which
let's do it. Good?
Let's do it.
All right.
No, I have all the confidence in the world. Tuesday, you're gonna look at it, you're gonna just make some, you're gonna settle it.
Okay, we
Too
can
positive.
here, it's also Tuesday. So we can-
Tuesday at 5, and we're just going to present our counter,
And then y'all, and we're gonna go into caucus, which you guys are gonna.
and you're going to bring it back Wednesday at 4.
Yes, Wednesday at 4.
So
So Wednesdays for sure.
Wednesday is now at 4, and Tuesday the 5th is at 5.
Let me, let's check with the boss here if she's available. And when I say the boss, I mean Kathy, whoever.
I followed you.
No budget meetings.
Phyllis, you sent this to me, right? The virtual school, 23? I think you sent me 3 things. That's got to be one of them. All right.
And
We
then
have a plan?
Are you gonna?
Tentatively. I
Are
mean,
you
yeah, we have a
when you're
plan,
gonna
even
bring
if,
back
even if
20?
Kathy's not
Do you wanna
available.
caucus and?
I mean,
Oh,
bring it back to
she's
the
kind of
other
like me.
staff?
She's, you know, she's just steering the boat. These guys are the SJEA guys, or excuse me, the SJES guys. All right, so we're going to meet Tuesday the 5th at 5,
Tuesday the 5th at 5.
just with SJEA, Ray, SJVS, okay,
And
And
Wednesday
then-
move up to 4.
at 4. Are you getting all this, Miss Phyllis? Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad somebody's paying
Thursday
attention.
at 5,
Tentatively, if necessary.
if necessary.
Tuesday at 5. Yep.
That's a Thursday. If needed.
If needed. And I'm with Tammy. We're not going to need it.
I'm not even putting it in my calendar.
All right, so one more, oh yeah, I'm not sure, I'm not that confident.
Don't worry.
I am a dreamer, you know. So let's just go through and make sure, because we're done now, right? I mean,
I believe
Did you want to
so.
go look at this and come back or not tonight? It would be one less
It
thing.
would,
Yeah,
it's on your mind to
Yeah,
do it,
let's
please.
do that. Yeah, let's do that. And then while we're gone, Justin, if you guys can, we just want to make sure we're all on the same page, literally, about what's left, articles that are left.
Unless the team stops me, yeah, here's what I was going to suggest, is that we track it and you can have our tracking.
Okay,
You're okay with giving them this or having them look
Yes,
at
I
it?
already put the Article 20 prior to you saying you wanted to look at it, so 20.
20 appears as if
Tentative.
it's TAs.
Yeah,
but-
okay, that's fine.
Do you need that back, Jen? They can make a copy?
Can you make a copy?
Can I take a picture of it?
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But that's our tracking
Yeah, all
that
right, we'll-
eventually becomes
take a picture.
electronic, but
All right,
thanks.
all right, very good. Well, we shall.
See you in a few
turn-
minutes. We'll stay right
10
here.
minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes?
I would say 15.
That's my only.
And we got 3 TAs on Article 20. 2 for you, 1 for us.
You still want me to sign up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yes. It's getting
You're
late.
out of practice?
I am definitely out of practice. It's been a while.
You just like being the money person?
I used to do this with Ms.
I know
Falvo.
you did.
Yeah.
God rest her soul.
Yes,
Anything else?
I agree.
No?
We are
Okay.
waiting with bated breath.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I mean, satisfying their thirst. I think I didn't do like 14 total. I just asked Phyllis for 10. So 1, 2, 3, and then
Yes.
Ryan and Kathy is what I was thinking.
You guys have 2? Okay, there you go.
Have everybody covered?
I think so. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we understand about number 2. We're fine with that. We are asking that you consider the foreign language. We could say Spanish, but I believe we're bringing on ASL, or we have already. We have ASL.
We have ASL.
Yeah, and then because in the contract now too, if we ever offer French or something like that, we are talking about the Spanish courses here, but we understand that we're going to capture others when we say foreign language. So we've already talked about it. You know our argument. We're asking you to consider that it's something different, not core, but not elective either.
Right.
Okay.
Yep, we're with you.
Okay.
Or we understand.
thank you. Oh.
We understand. Yeah.
I know. I know how this works.
Words mean everything.
I know.
We understand.
Okay, so I have your copy. Sorry, I have my working copy, but there were some changes here to 7. All right. So what we're suggesting with 7 is that the elementary definitions or the elementary explanation and the example are fine. Okay. But what we would we'd suggest though is that we add. I did green and bold, by the way. So knowing that it would print in black and white. So when I send it to you digitally, look for green bold.
Green bold.
But
Okay.
looking at it here, the bold is the change. Okay.
Okay.
So mostly we're working under a bit of a time crunch, but 7 would start with A instead of 1, right? We wouldn't have a 7-1, we'd have a 7A. So I don't know where we lost that along the way, but
Okay.
So the lead in would be the district's language on the last day of each. We are suggesting semester because this is analogous to like a 7th period supplement pays by the semester. We think that's fair. The elementary compensation as the district defined, and the example you gave are acceptable. We agree to, except that if we do semester, then we have to get rid of that ×2 part, right? So we just redid the math, and you can check it, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then for secondary, that would be, so elementary is 7A1. Now secondary would be 7A2, and this is where we're going to have some, we'll have to figure out how to come to an agreement here next week. But basically, we're going to suggest that we do $100. Okay, so really, to be honest, we feel that it should pay what a part-time person would get paid. That's really what we feel. In the spirit of 2 things, bargaining and understanding management's perspective here, is that, if I'll use Tammy as an example, if Tammy is a fully trained and been working, she's kind of ready. She's in the system. She's ready to receive the extra student, just like I teach 6 periods and I am ready to accept new students to me, easier than hiring someone else, giving them a room and all of that. So she's ready to take on the extra students. So we understand that management doesn't see that as the same thing as hiring a part-time person.
Mm-hmm.
But we honestly do. Like, we see that as like, why pay them less just because they're already doing this? You know, why pay them less than a part-time person? But spirit of negotiation, let's go to $100 for those people. Okay, so then we just redid the math. Again, analogies are hard when you're dealing with its own animal. So virtual school is its own thing. We understand that. But if I teach a 7th period, for example, I would get $3,000 per semester.
Mhm.
So that is less than my hourly rate,
Mhm.
just like $100 is less, slightly less than a part-time as needed person. So it is at a discount because I'm already set up.
Mhm.
Get it? So
Mhm.
we know that virtual school and brick and mortar are not always analogous, but we believe we found an analogy that works. At least works for our argument.
Mhm.
And that's that 7th period supplement.
Mhm.
So if you have an elective teacher whose maximum course load is 250, but they have 280 completions,
Mhm.
that 30 difference would be times 100. So it'd be $3,000 for the semester. It's similar to taking on another class. Not that you agree or disagree, but do you follow?
We follow logic, right? Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Credit recovery, we understand is not quite the same as either overage nor part-time. But they do have, I made notes, they do have I already mentioned this, they do have the DBA requirement. They do have to call all the students now. So there are different requirements. So we are asking them to go down from what they've been making. But we think that $90 is a reasonable number
Mhm.
for that work. If we continue on to virtual second job, number 2. We don't disagree. Ryan, you mentioned you felt like tiers were archaic. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that so that we can gnaw on that a little bit. But again, I'll say it one more time. It was what you're asking us to agree to that affects that one person. And maybe when there's not someone in that position, maybe we can look at getting rid of the tiers or something like that. But we're not opposed. It's just that right now I can't do that to that person. So go ahead. I'm
I was just
asking
gonna
you.
say,
You say they're
The
archaic. Tell me
individual
more.
that this is impacting, it's 15 enrollments,
Yeah.
and after it's gonna end after this year. So going into that, I don't know what we're gonna do more with it, but
Yeah.
just let you know.
Yeah, and I just think that, like, in theory, we understand where we want to go with the tiers to eliminate them, but to Mike's point earlier, it's evolving.
Mhm.
We don't mind evolving into that,
Right.
but just can't do that right now. So unless you have a better way.
Okay.
Maybe I'm going to create a way to counter that.
Or just address it next year. I mean, let's face it. At this point, we're going to turn around and start negotiating next year, right after we ratify.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we could have the same
We're really
discussion
only
6 weeks from now.
talking
Right.
I think that's it.
You guys want to give it a go, or I think we can. Yeah, I think we need to meet. Give us 30 minutes.
Sure.
Ish. If we think it's going to be a little bit more, and we think we can make some progress, we'll let you know.
If we can get somewhere, let's do it.
All right.
One less thing.
Yep.
You're done.
You said 30?
30. Yep.
Body alone.
All right. All right.
Sorry.
So this was a good exercise. I'm glad we did this. You guys gave us good direction and guidance. We do have a couple of questions, but before we go there, I really do want to say thank you for staying and doing this. And this was very helpful. I think we're getting more clarity as we go through. But we do have a couple of questions.
Sure, thank you.
And really, I guess the biggest one, and I'll ask the folks to help me articulate this, but at elementary, we're 7, so I'm in 7-1, right? Compensation will be calculated based on $50 multiplied times, we still need to clean that up, that still isn't right, that's okay. Over the max load, and 25 at the elective course. And then at the high school level, it's $100. And so what is the rationale for paying elementary so much lower than high school?
Because a portion of, and I may need to call, that's the question?
That's the
I may
question.
need to call on Cherie. Oh gosh, she didn't hear the question. Okay,
Oh, gosh.
sorry, I might need your input. The question that we're talking about 7A1 elementary. And I think I have the answer because the question is, why is elementary, you could get, for one kid, you're saying you could get 5 course completions, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So that was,
Do you want me to?
compared to, right, 225 compared to 100 for secondary, right? Because it'd be 4 times 50 plus 1 times 25, so 225, right? So why the difference? Cherie, do you have an answer to that? I believe I do. Between the elementary, so because one extra elementary kid could wind up at $225.
Probably will.
Okay.
Per semester.
Right.
They're teaching that one elementary kid 5 different classes.
Right.
So that's at least 4 live lessons every week with that kid is attending. So that would just be more work because they have 4 places in one lesson.
Okay. So it's really 5 completions in the wording that we're talking about.
For one student.
They're asking why we're doing 50 versus 100.
Right.
Like not the overall rate per student.
Right, because each student is going to be, one student is in multiple courses, whereas in the secondary world, I'm just getting a student in a course, not a student in multiple courses.
But what happens if they're one student, a part-time student taking one elementary course? Or if that full-time student completed all the courses, but with 1 course? I think that's where we're at. Like
Right, so
why-
at one elementary course completion could be $50 because they can do that. They can take just, an elementary kid can take just the one
Correct.
class.
Right.
Okay. And so it might be, the answer might just be an opportunity, because the chances, I don't know what the chances of that are. Cherie, do you have any input there?
I do not know, but our elementary teachers were the ones that came up with this language. With the $50
Right.
per student.
Well, actually, the district came up with course completion. That
Well,
was
I mean,
your
when
language.
we first,
Right.
when we first proposed this, our elementary teachers were the ones, I believe,
Yeah.
that came up with the original $50
Right.
per course.
So an elementary kid's going to wind up somewhere, an element, I was going to say worth, that's not right. Paying the teacher somewhere between 50 if it's one course and 225 if it's all the courses, right? So somewhere in between. Whereas with high school, what we want it to be is 125, but we're willing to accept management's philosophy, and of course we're willing to bargain. So that's why we're at 100. I don't know how roundabout that was, but
So an elementary teacher that teaches English language arts.
it's a
I know.
30-minute timer.
For secondary.
Can you hear? Do you want to come behind us?
So if the elementary teacher teaches English language arts to a
Mhm.
first grader,
Right.
and the high school teacher teaches English language arts to a ninth grader, what we're seeing is that you guys are saying that the completion is worth 50 when the elementary teacher finishes teaching English language arts. It's worth 100 when the high school teacher finishes teaching.
Yeah, but they would likely, the way I understand it anyway, not being in that world, they would likely not pick up a single elementary course. They would pick up a student who has X number of courses to complete.
But the amount of time the teacher is spending.
Oh, I think there's a difference in the amount of time.
We talked about this and
Yeah.
we're going to take a little crack at it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We talked about as an elementary teacher, you're making that one phone call to the family for all 5 classes. You're doing your reading, marking that assignment, plus you're marking a math assignment, but the communication, the extra responsibility, you already know the child, the communication with the parent and, bleeding in and out of those courses. We did not consider the elementary we did not discuss the elementary just taking that one
Single
course. How
course.
often does that happen?
Not very often, but what you do run into is students, they work at their own pace. So they'll complete 4 courses, but they have that outlier, that 5th one that's just not being completed. So that's what's going to come in.
Because you're wondering why the difference of 225 versus 400 if we were.
Right. To do.
Yeah, that's basically
Exactly.
what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but a high school, you pick up a student, you're only going to pick up the one subject,
Most likely.
most likely.
But if you think of periods of the day, if you added just one student for this period, one student for this period, one student for this period, one for this period, do you see that as similar to an elementary teacher who picks up one student in all 4 periods?
For part of the workload, but not.
It's
for
hard.
the
It's
other.
hard to make. Some of it's hard
What you
to.
said makes sense, yeah.
Some of it's hard to find the analogy to brick and mortar. But yes, the way I understand it, I mean, a 3rd grade teacher is teaching all subjects, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I teach one subject, for example.
Right.
So
For 5 periods or 6 periods.
Right.
Right.
right, but it's one prep.
For
You
the
know what I
whole,
mean?
for the whole day, right?
Right, but
Yeah.
we don't have. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It's comparing apples to oranges because,
Yeah.
as
It
a high
is.
school English teacher, I'm like, well, I have all these essays that I have to grade, right? Like, I have all of these other things, but then, planning the rudimentary, parts of a lesson are also time consuming. So it's so hard to just be like, make this, and like we keep saying, it's hard to make this analogy, but I think we just thought this was a fair.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also just on the side, because we've had this conversation over the years. It's also interesting because each in the term is generate, it's not worth. So each child,
Good. Thank you.
each child, whether it's a itty bitty kindergartner or some of these 6'4" seniors, they all generate the same amount of FTE, the same dollar amount, right? And so we're trying to, and have been for years, trying to grapple and put our heads around something like this, where we're now all of a sudden bifurcating them out, and
Yeah.
they're generating different dollar amounts for different reasons. And so it's a conundrum. It really is.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
I mean, on your proposal was an elementary teacher could take on a student if they're in all 5 classes. If
Right.
4 were core and 1 elective, could generate 225, whereas a high school teacher takes on a student and teaches that student through to completion,
For one single class,
one single class.
Right.
not for 5 different.
Yeah. I'll have to think about it.
Okay.
And I mean, I think, can I ask one of my own folks a question?
Sure. And I have more to add.
Right.
Go ahead.
Ryan, so how prevalent is this, that teachers go over the max at
At the end, like of the year.
of the year?
It's not very. Usually we see an uptick in the fall term, and then the spring term is a little bit lower. Now with running a hope program and other areas of outliers, but it does not happen very often.
Okay,
which would be part of the reason why doing semester as well.
understood.
Right, because, yes, because otherwise the overload happens and then
Right. And then it
you're still
doesn't.
working, right? Yeah, I don't know. It does get hard to make it analogous to brick and mortar and find the right solution. We had really not considered, honestly, Ryan, the idea of an elementary student taking one class with one teacher.
I would try to get away from the 35 and think of it more at 175. So you're looking at, actual enrollment numbers. So that's where an elementary student, if we're looking at 35 times 5, you get the 175. So
Yeah.
That's, I don't know if that's a better way or easier way to kind of digest it.
Well, we're also comparing to the part-time as needed. That's what was really hard to swallow is, you'd hire somebody part-time and pay them 125, but you're going to pay me 50.
Right.
You look at it that way, it sounds terrible.
Right.
So, well,
Okay.
we'll consider what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
anything else?
Good discussion.
Yeah, excellent discussion. Oh, yeah.
Something that's, but it's world, it probably should be world language.
Yeah, we're going to change it. No matter what happens, we're going to change it to world language. Apparently, we don't call it
Good
foreign
catch.
anymore.
Good catch.
I'm sorry, did I roll my eyes?
Good catch. World.
I didn't see any rules.
I didn't even think about that. I should have.
So,
That's okay.
so
We forgive
Tuesdays,
you.
are we doing Tuesday then?
No, we think we can, right?
Wednesday at
Just
4?
Wednesday
You've
early.
given us our homework, and we really do think we can
We can get close.
get really, really close on
Good.
Wednesday.
And then we'll bring the calendar for the other article.
No, you have nine or
Seven.
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 Oh, 7. Oh, yes. We'll bring 7 as well.
Okay, Wednesday at 4.
Okay,
Good job.
ready